All right. Is my audio um good? You able to hear me? Hey everyone, thanks for joining us on track 2 of BSides Boulder today. So our first talk for today is going to be Bo Pierce, who's a security consultant here in Boulder. His talk, Writing Windows End Days, will demonstrate tools and approaches used to find Windows kernel vulnerabilities and design exploits. I hope you enjoy.
Hello, and welcome to my talk. My name is Bo Pierce, and the title of my talk is Writing Windows End Days. Before we begin, I'd like to tell you all a little about myself. As I mentioned before, my name's Bo Pierce. I'm a senior architect at a local security company here in Boulder. In my free time, I like to do research in Windows End Days, research into bug bounty programs. I have a few certs, the OSCP, OSCE, and the CKA. If you're interested in any of the work that I've done, you can check that out on GitHub, linked here, or follow me on Twitter, as well as check out my blog where I have blogged about a few of these topics that we're going to cover in the coming slides of this talk. Some of my publicly available research in this space of writing Windows End Days are the following. You can check out these on my GitHub or on my blog. CVE 2020-1054, which is a local privilege escalation. CVE 2020-1015, which is also a local privilege escalation. Then you can check out 2020-0796, also known as SMB Ghost. That's a remote code execution, but in this context, it was just done as a local privilege escalation. And then finally, CVE 2019-0708, or which is more normally known as Bluekeep, and that's a remote code execution. So the talk agenda is basically we're going to be looking at 3 different Windows vulnerabilities in differing levels of detail. These will be Bluekeep, 2020-1054, and 2020-1015. While we look at these, I'll demonstrate approaches and steps that I use to identify the vulnerabilities, as well as write the exploits. During this process, we'll highlight some of the tools used and just general approaches that might help you get into writing Windows End Days if you're interested. The overall goals of this talk is to encourage people to write End Days and research public CVEs for either defensive measures, career and personal growth, and most of all, just enjoyment, because it's really fun. And I really, really recommend getting into it. At the end of the talk, I hope that the listeners will have a general idea on how to approach writing a Windows End Day from scratch. So what is an end day? People are familiar with the term 0 day. They kind of get all the hype, but what exactly is an end day? Well, first, let's start with the definition of a 0 day. This is an exploit that takes advantage of some security vulnerability that is unknown. And it's referred to as a 0 day because the relevant parties have had 0 days to mitigate the vulnerability before active exploitation. This is in contrast with an end day, which is a publicly exposed vulnerability, either through some security advisory or through a security researcher. The end comes in because the relevant parties have had end days to mitigate the vulnerability before active exploitation. So why would you even want to exploit an end day? Well, first off, because it's fun. It's a really good time to get down into the weeds and see how you can manipulate the flow of a program to do whatever you want, essentially. To learn. It's really helpful to write these end days because you have a basis to start from, and you can understand how modern exploit mitigations work, as well as how common problems that you may face while developing exploits. And also from the defensive side, you can, if you understand how the vulnerability works, you can develop attack indicators and indicators of compromise that may help you protect your organization or the organizations of others better. And then finally, the impact, which we'll get into more here. So the impact of end days. 0 days are, really sexy. Everyone always wants a 0 day because they're super cool. If you have one, you can essentially exploit any of the affected software and nobody has really any defensive measures against it. But in terms of impact, end days have a real large role in security. For example, Eternal Blue, which obviously was a 0 day at one point, but by the time it was actively exploited, the patch had already been released for over a month. So in this sense, it was really an end day because relevant parties had at least a month to patch their systems by the time the shadow brokers released the exploit code in April 14. Eternal Blue variants are estimated at over $14 billion in damage, which is obviously insane. Another end day that got decent amount of attention just within the last year was 2019-0604, which is a Microsoft SharePoint remote code execution vulnerability. We can see here the patch was released February 12th, 2019, and then by May 11th, 2019, there was active exploitation. A third that you all may be familiar with was 2019-19781, which is a directory traversal and remote code execution on Citrix application delivery controllers. The patch was released December 17th, 2019, and then there was active exploitation by January 10th of 2020. Here's just an interesting graph you can kind of look at. When the first exploit was released on GitHub, and then active exploitations or indicators of attack based on a honeypot somebody set up. So basically what I'm saying is the end day stonks are rising, and it's time to get in before they get too high. So end day exploits from a high level approach, and this is just my high level approach that I use, and I think it could be helpful to people trying to get into it. But first things first is it can take a lot of time to write these exploits, and sometimes it can feel really challenging and maybe even impossible, but just keep trying. I can't even tell you how many times that I've been really down, never thinking I'll get it, and just never giving up, and eventually you figure it out. And also try to break everything into small steps. When you look at a finally completed exploit and you look at the code, and there's all this binary and all this hex and a bunch of lines of code, it can look really daunting. But in reality, these exploits are all written in small little pieces, and putting them each into their own small piece, it makes it a lot more simple. So don't look at a finished exploit and look at the whole thing and be like, oh wow, that looks challenging. In reality, know that these are all done in small steps that are actually quite manageable. But if I had like a 5-point strategy for writing these end day exploits, it would be kind of laid out like this. First, you want to understand the basics of the vulnerability. You can achieve this by doing patch diffing, crash analysis, and reversing. Once you have the basics of the vulnerability understood, I typically go into writing some code to hit the vulnerable code path. So this is important because, yeah, you have a vulnerability, but you may not even know how to hit that code. So hitting the vulnerable code path is definitely step 2, I would say. After that, I typically like to create some proof of concept crash. So this exploits the vulnerability in a rudimentary way that doesn't really, take control of anything, but shows that we can write code that will hit that bug. After that, I really start just expanding upon the fundamentals and determine the primitives and how I can control the vulnerability. So this will be like live debugging and more reversing. And then finally, when I really understand the security bug, I develop an exploit strategy and write that up. So if you wanted to write a Windows End Day, where would you even kind of begin? First off, you'd need to find some sort of CVE that looks interesting to you. Some CVEs garner lots of attention, so they're obvious candidates. Examples of these are Bluekeep, Deja Blue, the following up RDP vulnerabilities, SMB Ghost, which was kind of in the vein of Eternal Blue, was a remote code execution for against SMB. Zero Logon, which I'm sure you guys are all quite familiar with now at this point because it's dominating a lot of the news right now. And then SIGRED, which was a DNS vulnerability. You can also tell if the vulnerability has some graphics, it's probably pretty serious, as we can see here. So where do I typically start when I'm looking at writing an end day? I really kind of just go to ZDI's monthly security review. It's my primary source of information. Every Patch Tuesday that Windows has their Patch Tuesday, they'll release this table that goes over each of the new CVEs and then provide some details about them. So here we can see the level of severity, if there's a public exploit already available, if it's being actively exploited, as well as the XI latest and XI older scores. These are Microsoft's exploitability rankings. So essentially how it works is the lower the number, the easier it is to exploit. So something that is 2 is potentially exploitable, but the bug might not be super reliable, whereas something that's 1 will be more easily exploited with a more reliable opportunity. So typically I'll go through here, look at CVEs that are interesting, and then try to find one with an XI of 1, and then kind of go from there. In my experience, there's typically 3 kind of normal starting points when you're approaching an end day, and we'll go over those here. So the first one is just from the MSRC Security Advisory. You can see here this is one for CVE 2020-1015. It provides some information on the vulnerability, not much. But from here we have an idea of where the vulnerability might exist and start coming up with ideas on how to determine what it is. Another common starting point is from provided crash code. So who provides crash code? It really depends, but in some cases when these vulnerabilities are found by third parties, they'll include their proof of concept crash code. Also, you could easily see crash code on GitHub for some sort of CVE that hasn't been fully developed, but maybe you can take that crash code and complete the exploit. And the third common one I see is crash analysis provided by some third party that's interested. For example, here is a small picture of some crash analysis by ZDI for the Bluekeep exploit. So these will sometimes be included with the public disclosure of the vulnerability. Typically, they won't have any exploit code, but they'll have very detailed analysis of why the security bug arises and typically how you might be able to hit that vulnerable code path. You can also see these in the Google Project Zero write-ups is a great spot for the same starting point. So we'll be looking at 3 different CVEs through the course of this talk, each corresponding with one of those starting points I just mentioned, and then going over some of the tools and approaches that you might be able to utilize from that starting point to give you an idea of how you could start writing the exploit and doing research on it. So the first one will be CVE 2020-1015. This will be starting from an MSRC advisory. Then we'll move into 1054, which will be starting from provided crash code. And then finally Bluekeep, or CVE 2019-078, where we'll be starting from a ZDI analysis. So let's just jump right into it with CVE 2020-1015. So we can go get the MSRC advisory. It's readily available on their website on every Patch Tuesday, which will detail some of the details of the vulnerability. So if we went and looked at the page for 2020-1015, it would basically read this: an elevation of privilege vulnerability exists in the way that user mode power service, UMPS, handles objects in memory. An attacker who successfully exploited the vulnerability could execute code with elevated permissions. Along with this, we'll get the KB number, which details the patch that needs to be installed to remediate the vulnerability, as well as which Windows versions are affected. Overall, this vulnerability is a race condition that leads to a use after free after doing some research. And if you're interested in going into this vulnerability in more detail, you can look at my blog or my GitHub, which has some code for it. So looking at this advisory, it's obviously not super detailed. And we don't have any crash code or any other analysis from any other parties to help us get started. So really the only way forward is doing some sort of patch diffing. The first step, obviously, if we're doing patch diffing, is figure out what is the actual file that has been modified between the vulnerable version and the new patched and remediated version. So depending on what the affected service, it may be more obvious, but in this case, you could just search user mode power service DLL, and here we come up with umpo.dll, and that's probably the file that has been modified. So what are some of the tools that you might use to actually do some patch diffing? So really there's two primary ones, Diaphora or BinDiff. Both of them require IDA Pro, which is obviously can be kind of an issue. They essentially both do the same thing, and the output is very similar. However, I prefer Diaphora. I think it's a little bit better, a little less buggy from what I've seen. So the first step of patch diffing is obviously to obtain a copy of the old version of the file as well as the new patch version of the file, so you can diff them and see where the changes are. An easy way to do this is just simply use the Microsoft Update Catalog. You can search the KB that's specified in the advisory, download that, and then you have the new patched version. To get an old version, you can either download an older KB, or what I typically like to do is use some VM, update it to everything right before that KB has been applied, grab the copy of the file. That way you know that this older file is the most new version since the new patch. And that's important because when we're doing diffing, we want to minimize all possible changes that aren't related to the security vulnerability. So before you can actually use Diaphora or BinDiff, you have to extract the patch from the Microsoft KB.msu file that you downloaded. So it's really simple. You essentially just use this expand.exe command to extract the .msu into some directory. You can then use it again to extract the extracted cab to another directory. And then within that final directory, in this case, which would be patch, you'll have the new updated files. If you want more information on this, I really suggest checking out this resource. It's pretty new. It was posted sometime this year. I just came across it recently, and it's super, super good. Cool. So say we got the older version of the file and the newer version of the file, and then we run it through one of the patch diffing tools. The typical output will be something like this. So this is running it from both versions of umpo.dll. What we can see here is running it through Diaphora. We have two different functions that have been modified. And of course, it's not always so simple. A lot of times you'll have a lot more modification in between the two files, which will make it a little harder to narrow down where exactly the new bug is. However, in this case, there's just simply two modified functions. We can see UMPO notify register, as well as RPC legacy event register notification. The important parts in this table to look at really are the two ratios. That will show how much a file is modified from the older version. So if the ratio is 1, then there's 0 modifications. So this has 0.91, which means that there's been slight modifications, whereas the second function is a 0.65, meaning there's been more modifications. After running that and looking at these different functions, you can then, both of these tools, Diaphra and BinDiff, have the ability to view the changes in a few different ways. For example, we can look at a side-by-side of both the files in terms of assembly. So here we have each of the basic blocks, and we can see how there's been modifications. Diaphra has another really useful side-by-side, which is diffing the pseudocode of each of the files. This can come in really handy because it can be a little easier to just get your head around some of the changes before looking at the assembly. What's really interesting here is you can actually see the security vulnerability in this side-by-side of these two diffs. For example, if you look very closely at the left side, you'll see this variable v7 equals umpo get setting entry, which is the old file. And then on the new file with the green, we can see before umpo get setting entry is called, there's a call to enter critical section. What this is essentially, what the 1015 vulnerability is a race condition, because we're not entering critical section before accessing this umpo get setting entry. Get setting entry is a global variable that can be acted upon by different threads. So essentially, you can exploit this bug by taking advantage of a race condition, which leads to a use after free. So I just want to highlight this because it just shows the power of diffing. I mean, you can literally see the vulnerability right here. Seeing the changes in the code gives you an idea of what's changed and how you might begin approaching writing an exploit for it. So after the patch diffing, you'll obviously have to do reversing of the modified functions to figure out what exactly changed and why those changes resolve some sort of vulnerability. So once you've determined how that might work, next steps would be how would you hit that vulnerable code path and how do you exploit it in a rudimentary way, and then try to test that with a proof of concept. So we're not going to go too much into this vulnerability because, as I mentioned, it's a race condition that leads to a use after free. On the Microsoft exploitability index, it was a ranked 2, which means it won't be the most reliable exploit. At this point, when I was doing research into this vulnerability, this is kind of where I stopped. I have the proof of concept crash code that takes advantage of the race condition, but never developed the exploit further after that. So now let's jump over to 2020-1054, which starts from the other typical starting point in my experience, which is starting from a third-party advisory that provides proof of concept crash code, or from some GitHub account that has a proof of concept crash for a publicly known CVE. So from Checkpoint's advisory, it was essentially this: a write is made which allows out-of-bound write and might lead to local privilege escalation. So I took that, and indeed it does. That out-of-bounds write can be taken advantage for to do local privilege escalation. The whole entire deep analysis of this vulnerability is available on my blog, which I recommend reading if you want to see a little more in the weeds of this exploit. The proof of concept exploit is also available on my GitHub. What makes this exploit really cool for me and why I really pursued writing a fully functional exploit is because it affected Windows 7. And as I'm sure you all know, Windows 7 no longer receives any patches. So essentially, this vulnerability exists in all versions of Windows 7 since its inception. So, it's basically a free escalation of privilege going forward indefinitely. So looking at the proof of concept crash code, this was provided by Yoav Alon and Netanel Ben Simon from Checkpoint Research. They do a lot of really cool research and have a few talks on how they find these vulnerabilities through fuzzing the Windows kernel that I highly recommend you guys check out. You can just Google their names and you'll find it for sure. But here's what the proof of concept crash code was that they provided. It's super simple. We can see here there's a create compatible DC call, which creates some device context. We then create a compatible bitmap with some arguments. We then select the device context with a bitmap, and then we draw an icon with some more arguments. And essentially these calls are enough to cause some crash and out of bounds write within kernel mode. So if we just run the code, obviously we're going to get a blue screen. And this blue screen is not actually from running that code, it's just a random picture. But so how do we start from this proof of concept crash code without just blue screening our target machine? The way we would do this is doing some kernel debugging and using the Windows kernel debugger. So a typical process, and if you Google setting up kernel debugging, there's a lot of things out there that'll be like, oh, you set up this debuggy VM and a debugger VM, and you set up a COM port in your hypervisor, and then configure some more things and set up BSides with the correct baud and port. You boot the VMs in some magically specific order, and then you debug the kernel at completely slow rates that will make you want to go insane. And you may just die at your computer waiting to print out some memory from the stack. But you can do that, and it is definitely one way to do it, but that's not really the recommended way, I would say. There's a lot easier way to do it. And that is this quick and easy kernel debugging using one of these two tools. So the first one was Virtual KD, which basically allowed you to do kernel debugging super simple. It's a little outdated and doesn't work with all the newer versions of Windows 10, as well as some of the newer hypervisors. But there's this awesome repo, Virtual KD Redux, which is taking, the kind of moving forward with Virtual KD on newer software versions. You can get set up kernel debugging with one of these tools in less than 5 minutes. Essentially all you do is install a monitor on your host machine, and then install one thing on your machine that you want to debug, and reboot, and you're essentially already kernel debugging. And it's so much faster than debugging with some sort of COM port. Now, if we run that same crash code while we're debugging the kernel, we get this beautiful stack trace, which shows exactly where the code is crashing. We can see here some draw icon EX at offset OXD9. Along with the stack trace, we get this really helpful information about the state of the registers and the state of the system right before it crashed. We can see here it says invalid system memory was referenced. The invalid memory is arg1, and we can see that lines up with the register RCX. So essentially we can see that that's where the out of bound write is occurring, and then we can take this information to start digging deeper into the security vulnerability and how that register RCX is set to that value, and how we might be able to take advantage of that out of bounds write to do some local privilege escalation. So you could do a whole entire talk and more than that on WinDBG and kernel debugging, so I don't want to get too much into that, but I do want to point out some things that I find extremely useful to use while debugging security vulnerabilities and looking for how you might exploit them. And then you can follow up on this on your own time to delve into it a little more. But first off, read-write breakpoints. super useful. If you have some sort of structure or some sort of memory that you want to look at and you're not entirely sure where it's being manipulated and exactly at what points, you can put a read write breakpoint on it, and then anytime it's manipulated, it will break, and you can start checking out what function that is, and it can really save some time in reversing. Another thing that's super useful I find is putting breakpoints that print values and then continue execution. Like, so for example, this is how you might do that in WinDBG. It essentially would just breakpoint at this vstring write 01 at the offset 0x3f3. It would print the ESI register, the EAX register, and then continue execution. I find that useful just when you're tracking the state of specific registers throughout an exploit or throughout the run of a program. You can just get those printed out, continue execution, and then you kind of have this history to look through. Also, conditional breakpoints are super useful. I find basically checking if some register has some value, and if it does break, this can help if there's some breakpoint that gets hit a lot in the state of this system that you're debugging. That can be really time consuming and annoying to step through that all the time. But if you know that it's going to be equal to some value that you're then interested in, setting that conditional breakpoint is really helpful. Also, the WinDBG scripting is super cool. It can really help automate some things that you're trying to accomplish. It's kind of similar to C and syntax-ish, I would say, but you can check out this link here for more information on that. Some next steps for this would be determining how the arguments to the parameters in the proof of concept code can be modified to control the out of bounds write. And then when we understand that better, we would want to look at what are the limitations of where we can write, like how much can we control the out of bounds write destinations, and then what are the limitations of what we can write. We're going to kind of leave this exploit here because it gets really quickly deep into the weeds, but if you're interested more, I'd recommend just checking out my blog post on this CVE, and it goes into extreme levels of detail. So let's get into talking a little about Bluekeep. I was able to take a ZDI analysis shortly after the security advisory was released and use this information provided to write a fully functional exploit that targeted Windows 7 prior to any public exploit code release. At the time, I was pretty proud of this because it was the first time I'd done any Windows kernel exploits. It was really my first NDAY I'd ever written, and to be honest, it was the first time I'd ever opened WinDBG. And I want to use this as an example just to show that if anyone's motivated enough and just sticks with it, they can do this as well. But what the ZDI analysis went over, I can break down into essentially 3 bullet points, which are: if you set up an RDP connection with this specific virtual channel, MST120, and then you send data on that virtual channel, you can free this structure that I refer to as a channel control structure. And then once you disconnect the RDP connection, you will trigger the use after free. A little more information on these virtual channels, just to fill in context. A virtual channel is essentially just a data channel that you can send information over the RDP connection. So an example of this is there's a clipboard virtual channel, there's a sound virtual channel. Just a simple bidirectional way to send data from client to server over the RDP protocol. If you're more interested in just checking out this exploit code, you can check it out on my GitHub, as well as a technical analysis paper that I wrote that's available on my GitHub as well. So some things to keep in mind when you're writing these NDAYs or approaching them is to take advantage of all the documentation and resources that are available to you. So just to list a few of these, on the right here we can see this picture, and this is the RDP connection sequence to establish an RDP connection between a client and server. And obviously there's a whole ton of steps here, and writing that code is kind of a pain. But taking advantage of libraries, RDP libraries that are available with open source code, looking at the Microsoft documentation, seeing if there's any sort of relevant write-ups on the topic, and then just taking shortcuts and writing our code so it's not the best, but it gets us to our goal. I think these are all useful things to keep in mind. So one thing that we haven't really touched on with some of the last exploits that we were going over is reversing. And reversing is obviously a super critical part of doing any sort of research on memory corruption end days. So the main things that I use here for doing reversing is WinDBG and then some sort of reversing tooler that has all the aspects that you need, like a decompiler, disassembler, etc. Some of these common tools are Radare 2, which is my preferred one. Then there's Jija, IDA, and Binary Ninja. But you can just really choose whatever is preferential to you. Additionally, I want to put this on its own slide because decompilers are super, super useful, and I can't recommend them enough. I feel like sometimes I get this conception talking with other people that to be super hacker, you need to be reading the assembly like some sort of Neo from the Matrix, but in reality, that is helpful. But using a decompiler to help make sense of the assembly I just can't recommend that enough. Here's some of the common decompilers that I'll use with Radare 2, which is the Jija one and RedDeck from Avast. As I kind of just mentioned on that last slide, you really want to just use all the tools at your disposal when you're reversing to help make sense of what's happening. So commonly when I'm doing some sort of reversing for a security bug, I'll have 3 different things open here. I'll be doing lifetime dynamic analysis of the program as it's running with WinDBG. I'll then have like Radare 2's assembly pulled up in graph mode so I can easily track what's going on while it's being debugged. And then I'll also have the decompiled code in some sort of text editor that I've pulled out where I'm removing extraneous portions and then just documenting the code with comments. And then putting all 3 of those together, it really helps draw a clear picture of what's happening. Within the same vein of using all the tools at your disposal, make sure you're using debugging symbols, obviously. That'll help immensely. Also, getting information on Windows internal structures is going to be super helpful when you're trying to reverse and understand what's happening within the program. Some of these places I'd like to check out is Geoff Chappell's website, the GitHub for React OS, which is essentially a re-implementation of Windows XP. And then recently, just in this late September, the WinXP source code was leaked. I haven't went through this in super detail yet, but I imagine it's going to be a great source of Windows internal structures and comments and things like that going forward. So returning to the Blue Cube exploit a little and how we might reverse what we need to figure out. Imagine we have written the RDP code, client code, so that we can establish a legitimate connection with the server and send data on this MST120 virtual channel. So the next step is determine how that use after free can be exploited. First things first, we just load up the affected file in our reversing software. In this case, I'm using Radare. As I mentioned earlier, we want to get those Windows debugging symbols to aid us. So you can do this in Radare with just issuing the idpd command, which will download them, and then we'll load them up with idp. So our goal is to see how we can take advantage of this use after free. So from the ZDI analysis, we know that this top instruction in the screenshot here, ICA find channel, returns the freed memory. So we want to see how we could use that memory to take control of the flow of execution. If we just map how that pointer is moved, we can see first it's moved into EDI. Further down, we can see EDI plus OX50 is moved to EAX. And then we have a call EAX. at the bottom. So this easily shows that if we're able to fill the free channel control structure with our own data and put the correct pointer at EDI plus 50, we will be able to take control of the execution and call our own code. To help visualize this a little bit more, I have this great picture that has shows a little more information. So essentially, we free the channel control structure. We want to invoke allocations such that the freed space is occupied by our data. And then at EDI plus 50, we want to place a fake vtable pointer to our shellcode, which is then called by call EAX. So visually, this would look like this. We have this far left fake channel control struct that we allocate with our own memory. At EDI plus 50, we put a pointer, a fake vtable pointer. Then we have a fake vtable pointer that has the actual pointer to our shellcode, and then that will be executed. To do this, we need to find the correct allocation type where we control the size of allocation and contents of allocation. Because as I mentioned earlier, the primary goal is to be able to allocate our own memory in that freed memory space of the channel control structure. In Windows kernel mode, there's two primary memory types, which are known as the paged and non-paged. We want to make sure that our allocation maps correctly to whatever the channel control structure memory type is. So here we can see paged, non-paged, and these are both in the pool. The pool is basically similar to the user space heap. To determine what memory type we're looking at, you can simply go back to WinDBG and put a breakpoint on the ICA channel within the ICA channel input internal function. Send some data on this virtual channel, and then look at the pointer that is returned from ICA channel. So then we can use that pointer to issue the pool command within WinDBG, map that pointer to the outputs in pool, and that will show us the memory type. So here we can see this star here is what we're looking for, and we can tell that it is a non-paged pool. Next, if we just check the MS documentation, we can see how non-paged pool memory is allocated, which is done through this function called xAllocatePool with tag. And then here are the three arguments. The first is the pool type, the number of bytes to be allocated, and then tag, which just helps debug so you can tag specific memory to specific functionality. So a really useful thing when looking for invocations of specific functions when you're reversing is to look at cross-references. Cross-references are essentially just mapping when one function calls another function, or the locations where one specific function are called. So the first thing we want to do is get the memory address of xAllocatePool with tag, which is an import. So in Radare 2, we just use the II command with xAllocatePool with tag. This then gives us the memory address 16F34, and then we can use the AXT command that shows the cross references to that memory address, and it shows us all the xAllocatePool with tag calls. So one immediately stood out to me, which was the ICA channel input internal, which I've highlighted there. That stood out to me because I know we already have substantial level of control within that function in terms of contents. So if we look at our requirements again, it's basically find a non-paged pool allocation where we control the size of allocation and the contents of the allocation. So if we look at this specific call of xAllocatePool with tag within the function, we can see the three arguments pushed to the stack for the xAllocatePool with tag. So we have the tag, and then we have the number of bytes, which is an EAX, and then finally the pool type, which is an EBX. Now we can expect this xAllocatePool tag with call a little more by just putting a breakpoint on it within that function and then sending some variable length data on the virtual channels. We'll hit that breakpoint, we can double check to make sure that this is the data that we sent. We sent all these 4 ones, so we know this is our invocation into this function, and then we can just check the stack to see the arguments to the function before they're passed. And we can see here that we have the tag, which is highlighted, and then we have the size, which is 84, and then 0, which is non-paged. So that shows that this is a good allocation for us because we're allocating the correct type of memory. If we send a few more variable length data and check the breakpoints, we can also then just see we actually do have direct control over the size of the allocation. So we know this allocation, we can control the size and it's of the correct memory type. But the third requirement is, can we control the contents of the allocation? So a great way to check this would be to make use of the read-write breakpoints. So essentially after that memory is allocated, we can put a breakpoint on it here that you can see BAR4 and then the address, and then we can just continue execution. Once we get a hit, we can then inspect that memory, and sure enough, we see that our 4 ones are copied into this newly allocated memory. So this hits all of our main points. The pool type is correct, it's non-paged, we control the size, and we control the contents. So this is a perfect primitive to make use of to allocate memory such that we take control over the freed memory. Another great upside is that on Windows 7, non-paged memory is by default marked as executable, so we can also use this same exact allocation to allocate our shellcode. So if we put this together, the next steps to write the exploit would be to use the allocation to spray shellcode such that it allocates in a reliable location, and then use this allocation to spray the pool to allocate space in the freed memory of the channel control structure. We can then disconnect the RDP and trigger that use after free. So that was some high-level approaches, and I hope it was kind of helpful to get an idea of how you might approach starting writing some of these exploits or getting into the research. But at the end, I would like to show little tips and advice just that didn't really fit anywhere else in the talk, which, as I mentioned before, keep trying. The harder you try, the better chance of success that you'll have. Read as many exploits as possible that are relevant to your target or maybe not even relevant, and then just take lots of notes. Taking notes is super key, I think. When I'm doing this, I'll track every single crash that's interesting, track useful instructions and offsets so you can quickly reset breakpoints in WinDBG, which is just a great time saver, and then heavily comment and all the assembly and pseudocode that you go through while you're reversing. So what would be some next steps if you're interested in this? I would say just jump into an exploit. That's really the best way to start learning more and getting your hands dirty. As I mentioned, Yoav Alan and Netanel Ben Simon have great candidates because their advisories typically have some sort of proof of concept crash. Check the ZDI monthly patch information releases that I alluded to earlier. Looking at exploit write-ups is great as well. The Google Project Zero is probably my favorite general place to go to. They have really top quality write-ups, and they typically don't have any exploit code, so you can use their write-ups to try to write your own exploit if you just want to do a little less of the reversing and more of the exploit development part. Then practice, obviously. The HackSys Extreme Vulnerable Driver is really useful if you want to get into writing some kernel exploits, and then just some general books that I find really helpful in my experience is the Windows Internal 7th edition, just to get a better idea of how Windows works, and then as well as the kernel programming book by Pavel Yosovich, which is also just a great book. Great, thanks for listening to my whole talk. I really hope it was helpful on some level to somebody out there. If you have any follow-up questions or would like to get in contact, you can email me here. And then if anyone has any questions now, I know we're short on time, but I'll try to answer them as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Bo, for the talk. A reminder to everybody who's in the BSides Boulder Discord that you can ask Bo any questions in the Trek 2 channel. Yeah, well, thanks again, and we'll be having Angela Hennessy up in 10 minutes. Thanks a lot, everyone. Great. Thanks everyone for joining us again. So our next talk is going to be with Angela Hennessy. Angela is a member of CenturyLink's Black Lotus Labs, where she uses machine learning to detect threats. Today, her talk is going to be detecting DNS tunneling, where she'll be discussing using machine learning for identifying C2 communications over DNS. Anyways, take it away, Angela.
Great. Thank you very much. So like you said, I'm a data scientist at Black Lotus Labs, which is a part of Lumen. It used to be called CenturyLink, but they just changed the name. So I'll be talking about our project to detect DNS tunneling. When we first started, we didn't even know if there were any instances of tunneling in our DNS traffic. We use techniques like anomaly detection, where we're looking for outliers in our traffic. And eventually we were able to bootstrap our way up to using machine learning techniques. We were able to identify some interesting things like cobalt strike C2s. And learning about that protocol, we can now incorporate it into, we have an automated validation framework that allows us to automatically go out and verify those C2s and then pass it on to our monitoring component, which will monitor them over time. So that's what I'll be talking about. But first, why DNS? Why do we even care about DNS? DNS is often overlooked. It's not often seen as a threat. Even in enterprise networks, it's often not monitored. Sometimes the firewalls will completely let through port 53 traffic because it's such a limited bandwidth. It takes a huge number of queries and responses to move any amount of information. So it's not seen as a threat a lot of times, but that does make it attractive to malware authors. Because it allows them to blend in, and it does allow for communication both into and out of protected networks, oftentimes bypassing security controls. So we are seeing it being used more and more. Some of the terminology I'll be using, just so we're on the same page. For a domain like this, the top level domain, or TLD, is the .com. Sometimes that has like a dot in it too, so you could have like .co.uk is a valid TLD. The TLD +1, which is also sometimes called the registered domain, that's example.com here. The subdomains are read from right to left because it's a hierarchical protocol. So sometimes when I say the last subdomain, that would be the very far left one. So here the last subdomain is the foo. It's a really complicated protocol. I could talk for a whole hour just about DNS, but some of the common query types and the ones I'll be talking about. An A query is the most common one. That's where you're expecting an IPv4 response. And I put the number of bytes in there. If we're thinking of this as a communications protocol, then what is the amount of data you can send back in response to a DNS query? Well, for an A query, that's just 4 bytes, so it's not very efficient. It will take a ton of queries and responses to move that data. If you have a quad A query, then you're expecting an IPv6 response, and that's 16 bytes, so that's a little bit more efficient. A TXT query, the response can be a string of any format that you want to have. That the response can be up to 255 characters. So that's much more efficient, and we see that being used a lot of times for the tunneling. There's also an NS, or name server query, and that will return, it's called the authoritative name server for a domain. So like I said, DNS is a hierarchical protocol, but at the other end, the DNS server that's sending back the response to the DNS query is called the authoritative name server. So that's the terminology. What does DNS tunneling look like at a very high level? So suppose we have a compromised device. Here we have this compromised host. They're infected with some kind of malware. If they want to use DNS tunneling to get information out of a protected network, they can send a query. In this case, it's a TXT query.
Hey. Sorry. Angela, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, your slides aren't completely progressing on stream. Just wanted to double check with you.
Oh, that's not good. Is it still? Gosh.
If you're in presenter mode on your computer, it might. All right, now it's showing up. Can you try like going back and forth?
Okay.
Let's see. All right, yeah, it looks good now. Thanks a lot, Angela.
Is this better?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. I don't know what happened.
No worries.
Joys of virtual presenting. Okay. So in this example of tunneling the data, the compromised device will encode it in some method. Here the red data is base64 encoded. So you can see it just looks like a random combination of numbers and letters. After they encode it, they'll put it in the subdomain of this malicious domain that's controlled by the actor. They will send it out of their protected network. The malicious actor controls the authoritative name server for this maliciouswebsite.com. So that means they see all of the DNS queries that go to that domain. They can extract the subdomain and decode, and so that way they can get the data out of the network. If they want to send data back into the network, this was a TXT query, so the response is again a string. Here it's base64 encoded again. They can send back that response. It will go back through the security controls, and that way we have a two-way communications protocol between the compromised device and the malicious actor. It's important to note that all the communication has to be initiated by the infected device. The C2 or command and control can only respond to the queries. So a lot of times the compromised device will do things like poll, routinely poll the C2 to see if it has any updates or any tasks for it to run. So that's what DNS tunneling looks like at a very simple level. In order to detect it, we can analyze our DNS traffic to come up with techniques and algorithms to try to improve our detection of it. So like I said, when we started, we didn't have any confirmed examples of tunneling. So we started with what's called an anomaly detection approach. In the data science terminology, this falls under unsupervised learning, which means that we don't have any known labels for our data. We don't have any confirmed domains that we know are using tunneling. So with anomaly detection, you generate some simple, they're called features. You can think of these as just like variables or numeric values that we derive from the data that will hopefully indicate we're looking for outliers or abnormal behavior from the majority of the behavior, which is going to be the normal traffic. So the feature.
Hey, Angela, I am so sorry. It's.
Gosh.
I think maybe you just need to exit full like presenter mode and just click through the slides.
Okay. Are they working okay here?
They're not showing up like on stream or like if you just it seems like it's going okay now.
Okay.
It seems like everything's going okay. I will jump back in if it happens again.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, I don't know.
You're doing great.
This is great. Everything's great. Okay.
Don't worry about it. All right.
So the features we used to start off were very simple. We thought about what kinds of things we'd be looking for if we were trying to tunnel data. One of them is, subdomain length. Since your domains can be up to 255 characters, you want to put as much information as possible in the subdomains. So looking for domains that had longer subdomains in general, that might be an indication of tunneling. Also, the ratio of unique domains. If you think of the normal queries you send out, a lot of times they're the same. So looking for that diversity, looking for different types of queries, that might also be an indicator. We also used entropy. You can think of that as kind of a measure of the average amount of information. We were doing this at the byte level. So if all the bytes are the same, then your entropy will be very low. But if all the byte values are different, like in the base 64 encoded data that we saw, there was a wider diversity in the byte that we saw, so that will have a much higher entropy level. So these are the very simple features that we started off with. Anomaly detection is really manually intensive. After we compute these features for each registered domain, we had like the average length of the subdomain and the average entropy. You have to manually inspect all of the outliers. So here's a plot of the data just from less than 1 day. This is each dot on this plot is a registered domain. And then on the x-axis is the subdomain length. And then on the y-axis is the entropy. So you can see that when we manually inspected these outliers, the red dots are the confirmed tunneling domains. And these are pretty good features. A lot of the outliers are confirmed tunneling. You can see some clusters in the data, like the points that are all close together, almost like lines. Those were tunneling services that advertise themselves as, a way to get around firewalls and things like that. But there's a big blob of dots there, and there's got to be more tunneling in there. There's got to be malicious data, but we're just not able to detect it with these anomaly detection approaches. So we were able to detect a small number of domains. So we have some labeled data now, which is good. We saw some really interesting things from this anomaly detection approach. One of these was this domain basnevs.com. It had some really strange looking, they were all quad A queries that we saw. You can see some of these queries, the very last subdomain, it looks like random, like that base 64 encoded data like we saw before. And then you can see there's a subdomain that's like a 1 and then a .dr. And then we have a hexadecimal string there. And the third query down has very similar structure. Instead of a 0, it has a 1. So that kind of looks like it might be a counter. And the other queries have some interesting structure as well. We also see a 0 subdomain on the other one. For the responses, like I said, they're all quad A queries. We can see the first and third responses are the same. And then the very last response is kind of a red flag. That's the 20 is hex for space. So they're putting ASCII text in the responses. So that's definitely a sign of tunneling. So here's the queries that we saw to this domain. It was registered at the very end of 2017, and then there was a big spike in traffic, and then it went down for a while, and then we saw some spikes again. So it was active for a very long time, and nobody seemed to notice or take it down or anything. Doing some more digging, we found out that this was used by the Isindor malware. They used a technique that we saw over and over where they register a domain that's a slight variation of a common one. So say if someone's looking through the DNS logs, they won't be It will be something that might blend in with the local traffic wherever that target area is. This was a variation of a Kurdish news site called bassnews.com. The domain that we were looking at was bassnevs with a V instead of a W. So they use this technique that we see a lot. It's an information stealing malware, so it tries to steal your passwords and things like that. It's used by the Green Bug group. It was also linked to the oil rig campaign, which was a pretty big campaign, so that was pretty interesting. The most interesting thing about this malware was that it uses DNS entirely for the communications. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes malware will use DNS as a backup. They'll use something maybe more efficient like HTTPS for the communication. But this one solely uses DNS, and it communicates entirely over quad A queries and responses. So they're sending data back 16 bytes at a time, which seems really inefficient, but it worked. It totally worked. So if you're going to use DNS queries, you have to have a protocol, or how do you know what the infected device is trying to say to the C2? So there's different types of queries for different types of messages. When the infected device is first checking in with the C2, they'll establish this session ID, which is used in all of the queries. And then it will send that to the C2 using this type of query, the n.n.c. And the C2 will respond with this fixed address, which is kind of like an ACK. And then to send status messages to the C2, it uses base64 encoding, like I said, and it kind of looked like that example of base64 encoding that we saw. There's a couple of characters that are replaced because there's certain characters that aren't allowed in the DNS specification. So after you base64 encode and replace those characters, then you can send these status messages to the C2, where the message is that encoded message. And then we have a message number, which is that counter field that we saw. And then the DR is the fixed subdomain. And then again, we always have that session ID in the query. For these ones, a C2 responds with a different address, but again, it's always fixed. We saw that same response for different status messages. And there's no encryption in this malware, so we can decode the messages and see what the status messages are. The AV means available. We can see there's an app ID and a unique ID, which is unique to that infected device. The ME stands for message, and the CC is thought to mean connection check. So they're just checking in with the C2. To receive messages from the C2, so if they're downloading tasks to run or other messages, like I said, the infected device will commonly poll the C2 to ask if it has any messages. The format of that query looks like n.n.fc. And again, we have the session ID in those again. The response from the C2 for these queries is fixed in the beginning, but the last 4 bytes is the number of messages that the C2 has for the bot. So after they receive this response, they know how many messages to query for. So then it will reach out and ask for each message individually. And that's that www query that we saw before, where the message number is the message that they're asking for from the C2. And like we saw, the message is hex encoded. There's no encryption again. So here's some of the responses that we've seen in the IPv6 responses. From the parameters in that first response, they could be calling the task kill tool. We also see path names in the response. Lots of indications of command shells. That very last one has the who am I command, so they're trying to get information about the compromised device. So after we knew what the protocol looked like, we know the format of the queries, we can search and look for other domains, pivot on those and find other domains that are using the same protocol. And when we did that, we found 2 other domains. will not attempt to pronounce them, but they were using that same technique of it was a variation of a domain that would be common in the target area. That domain that starts with an I was really interesting because we saw when the infected device was reaching out to ask for messages from the C2, it actually downloaded an entire 560K file completely over these IPv6 responses. So when we saw that message number, it got up to over 35,000, which is pretty amazing. And there wasn't any like sleep time in between. It just sent out all the queries at once. It was, it could have been a new version of the malware. With sampling, we couldn't extract the entire file, but I could see that it was base64 encoded. So pretty interesting that they were able to do this. It didn't set off any alarms, and it was active for several years. So that was with the anomaly detection approach that we took. Like I said, we eventually bootstrapped our way up and used a machine learning approach. And I know there's a lot of hype around machine learning. A lot of people will claim things like magic. It's definitely not the case. Hopefully I can show that if you have a very well-defined type of behavior that you're looking for, in general, the more well-defined it is, the better your machine learning techniques will do to detect that behavior. So when we started, we had these very simple features, the length of the subdomains or the entropy in the subdomains. We added a lot more techniques based on natural language processing, which is just derived from the text in the subdomains and the responses. We looked for things like extracting words in the subdomains. If you have a lot of words, then it's not encoded in any way. We can also do things like look at the distribution of characters. If we're comparing it to English text, we can measure the differences in those distributions. We saw when it was base64 encoded data that it was very uniformly randomly distributed. So quite a very different distribution from normal English text, where some letters are much more common than others. We still had very few labeled domains. It was just those ones that we had examined from the anomaly detection, those outliers that we had confirmed for tunneling. So because we had very little labeled data, we went with a semi-supervised approach. So I mentioned unsupervised learning was similar. Was the example of that was the anomaly detection, where we don't assume we have any labels of our data. For supervised learning, we assume that all of our data is labeled, so we know which domains are being used for tunneling and which aren't. There's no unknown labels. And semi-supervised learning falls somewhere between these two cases. The underlying assumption is that when you have samples that are close together, they're more likely to have the same label. So if you have a known labeled tunneling domain and you have a sample that's close to it, it's more likely to be tunneling than not tunneling. So using that assumption, we can assign, they're called pseudo labels, for some portion of the unlabeled data. So let me try to explain that with pictures. That's how I understand it better. So if we have this small set of labeled data, red and blue, if this is all we know about our data, when we get a new unknown point and we want to assign it a label, we'll decide a decision boundary right down the middle, because that's all we know. And if your new point falls on the left, we'll assign it the blue label. And if it falls on the right, we'll assign it the red label. But now assume that we also have this unlabeled data that we don't necessarily know the label, but we know if it's close to a point with a known label. So the unlabeled points are the small blue triangles here. And you can see a lot of them are close to known labeled points. So the idea here is we'll assign pseudo labels for some of these unlabeled points, and using the assumption that it's close by something that has a known label, And then using both the labeled and pseudo-labeled data, then we can come up with a better machine learning model and hopefully have a better decision boundary by taking some of that pseudo-labeled data into account. So that's what we did for our approach. This is the same data as before. We added a whole bunch, all those extra features. So we used, so it's a much higher dimensional space. Before it was just 2 dimensions. So we use principal component analysis, which is just a dimensionality reducing technique to display it in 2 dimensions here, but it's the same data as before. You can see that all the confirmed tunneling domains, the red dots, are all kind of pretty close together. So we trained a classifier on our small amount of known labeled data. And using the classifications that it was very confident in, we assigned pseudo labels to points that we think were tunneling. And those are the purple dots in this graph. And you can see that it is using that assumption. Most of the purple dots are pretty close to one of the confirmed tunneling domains. And then for our production model, we train the classifier on both the labeled data and the pseudo-labeled data. And it did a much better job. There was a lot fewer false positives when we're looking at the domains at flags for tunneling. So now I'll talk about how when we were using our semi-supervised model and it was flagging these domains as it thinks these are using tunneling, we saw several different domains that had the same behavior. So here's some of the queries that we saw. You can see that the last subdomain is post in all of them. We have that repeating to 0 again. There's ASCII text in the subdomain, so it's definitely tunneling data. And then there's a repeated value, numeric subdomain that looks kind of like a session ID again. So at first we thought these were DNS Cat2. That's a popular open source tunneling package. It supports encryption, things like command shells, several different query types. At first that's what we thought it was, but doing some more digging, these turned out to be Cobalt Strike beacons. So Cobalt Strike is a threat emulation software. It's used by pen testers, so red teamers, but it's also increasingly being used by malicious actors. And it's used for post-exploitation. So after they've broken into the network and established a foothold, it's used for things like lateral movement and communication between the infected devices and the C2. Some of the terminology in Cobalt Strike, the listener is the component that runs on the compromised device. The malicious actor defines, it's called the C2 profile or malleable profile. It's a configuration. It determines a lot of different things, but part of it is how that listener communicates with the C2, which is also called the team server. There's a lot of different profiles. There's a lot of default ones. The more advanced actors come up with their own unique profiles, but a lot of the less sophisticated actors use the default ones. You can try to blend in with DNS traffic or SMB, HTTPS, or any combination of those. A more recent one was trying to mimic a jQuery request. So in our DNS traffic, we can see if it's the full DNS profile, that means it uses DNS for all of the communication. But we also see these hybrid profiles where some of it's over DNS and some of it's over HTTP. So for this hybrid profile, the check-ins where they're polling the C2, seeing if they have any tasks to run, that's over DNS. But then the payloads and the tasks, things that take a lot more bandwidth, those happen over HTTP. So the beaconing that we see is it's like this check-in, like I said, to see if there's any tasks available. We always see this beacon ID, which is basically a session ID. These check-ins are all A queries. The default response is the all zeros response. Again, that's configurable, but that all zero response that we see says that there's no tasks available to send. A lot of times we see the staged queries where the first stage is a small file that's downloaded, and that helps, that can be harder to detect. A lot of times the second stage is larger, and that gives some flexibility to the C2 when they find some information out about the target environment, and they can do a different second stage depending on what they find out. If this is done completely over DNS, then we see these types of queries. The last three characters are actually a counter. So it starts with AAA and then BAA and CAA. Then we see this stage subdomain. And again, the beacon ID, we have our session ID there. And these are all TXT queries. And usually the DLL that's being downloaded is over 210K. So it can take up to 1,500 or more queries to download that. I'll talk about this a little bit more later because that's what we use for our automated validation. The API queries that we see are asking for the C2 for any tasks that it has queued, so any commands it wants it to run. These always start with the API. Again, you can configure it for something else, but the default is the API. Then there's a nonce, which is just a non-repeating value. Again, we have the beacon ID. These are TXT queries, and the responses are base64 encoded. These examples are from an older version of Cobalt Strike where the default is not to encrypt. The newer version, the default is to encrypt the data. So we can decode these and see the responses. Another difference in the newer version of the Cobalt Strike is the beacon ID will be hexadecimal characters. In these examples here, it's all numeric. So we can see, here we can see some of the decoded commands, the tasks to run. We see lots of PowerShell. We see references to Mimikatz, which is an open source tool. It dumps passwords from memory. So after you establish that foothold in the compromised network and you want to move laterally, a lot of times you'll do things like credential harvesting, so you can find other devices to infect. We also see a SOX 5 reference there. That's an authenticated proxy, so setting up proxies. So lots of interesting things in the tasks to execute. So for the output of the tasks, again, if we're sending it fully over DNS, the very last subdomain is post, and those are the ones we initially saw were all that had that post as the very last subdomain. The next character after the post, here it's a 2 in this example, that says the number of subdomains that contain encoded data. So here, having it's 2, so that entire subdomain and then one more subdomain have the encoded data that they're sending back to the C2. Again, this is the older version, so it's not encrypted. Again, we have that nonce or non-repeating value, and the beacon ID is again in there. We can see the decoded output. A lot of these are directory listings or outputs of commands that they have that the C2 tasks them to run. So after we learned about what the communication protocol looks like, what is the format and the structure of the subdomains, then we can automatically verify them. So we have a framework in place where we will emulate that protocol and reach out to the C2. And if the C2 responds in a way that we know it would respond if it were valid, then we can confirm that C2 and know that it is active. And then our monitoring component will take over and see when it's still up, see when it goes offline, and things like that. So I mentioned the staged payloads. This is what we use for our confirmation. Like I said, it's a counter that starts with AAA, BAA. The response to these TXT queries the response to the first one is ASCII encoded shellcode. And then after that is the encoded DLL. The shellcode is always the same. The DLL can change depending on whatever they're deploying to that compromised network. But since that shellcode is always the same, we can use that as part of our verification. So on the left here is just we catted together all of the output, and it starts with that W, Y, and then a bunch of I's. That's the shellcode that we look for. And then on the right-hand side is the decoded shellcode, and we can see what it's doing there. So we look for that response, and if we get that to the first query, then we know that we have an active C2. So the steps in our validation is we look for that structure, the API, the post. There's also a CDN query that I didn't go over, but when we see that structure in our DNS data, then we reach out to the C2 and send the staged query with the AAA.stage, and we put in that beacon ID. If the response starts with that WY and then the I's, we know that that's the shellcode. So then we confirm that C2. We download the rest of the DLL, which, like I said, involves like 1,500 to 1,700 queries. We send it through our Yara rules in our sandbox. And then at that point, we consider the C2 confirmed. And then, like I said, we monitor it over time. We've seen a lot of different Cobalt Strike campaigns. Like I said, it can be used for both red teaming and malicious activity. So normally we can usually tell right away which one it is. Some of the spikes are the very short ones. Those are the pen testing activity. We can see some of them are really long campaigns over several months, which is pretty interesting that it goes on that long. Whenever our telemetry allows us to identify the victim organization, we'll reach out to them and try to alert them, let them know of a compromise. We also work with the registrars and ISPs to try to get these domains taken down. We can also even null route the IPs, but obviously we have to be very careful when we do that. If there's legitimate activity on there, we don't want to interfere with that. But we have seen a wide variety of campaigns, like I mentioned. Here's one example of recent activity that we saw. Here they're using that technique that I mentioned earlier, where they'll use a domain that they try to blend in with the normal traffic. This one is USPS-delivery-service.com, so trying to blend in with some kind of USPS alert or something like that. We first saw Cobalt Strike activity. You can see the queries on the right-hand side there. These are these API queries where it was asking for any tasks to execute. And then we see that all 0 responses. We first saw it in February of this year, but the interesting thing about this domain is there was a blog from Proofpoint back in November where they saw this domain being used to deliver iced ID, which is a banking Trojan. It tries to gather financial information to send back. So that was before, and then after that we saw this Cobalt Strike activity. And you can see the domain is still very active. You can see the queries to it there. The other really interesting thing about this domain is so when you register a domain, you have to give an email address. And a lot of times if you look up the who is for a domain, that information was masked. But here we were able to identify the registrant email. It's down in the bottom there. And pivoting on this email, we can see what other domains they registered. So there were several other ones. And one of the other domains that they registered was used to deliver Maze ransomware. So that's really interesting. And we've seen a big uptick in Cobalt Strike activity. And a lot of times it is being used in ransomware campaigns as well, like I said, for that lateral movement, for the communication between the C2. So this was a really interesting recent case. So like I said, a lot of people ignore DNS. They don't think it's a threat, but because of its ubiquity, it is oftentimes being used by malicious actors, and I think we're seeing it more and more for the C2 communication, using things like anomaly detection and bootstrapping our way up to these machine learning techniques. We can do a pretty good job of identifying which domains are being used for tunneling. And then in the case of Cobalt Strike, where we're able to learn the protocol and know what the structure is, we can use our automated validation to go out and confirm that C2. And then after we detect that, we can monitor it over time. That allows us to automate that process. So that's been really powerful for us. So the last thing I'll mention is we'd love to collaborate with other groups. We're always looking to collaborate with more people. I put our Twitter handle on there. Please feel free to reach out to us on Twitter. I know it's getting to be lunchtime. I don't want to keep anyone from lunch, but I'll be around on Discord. Please reach out with any questions, anything like that. But thank you so much.
Whoops! I accidentally hit the refresh button. I love all the technical difficulties on you conference. It's a lot of fun. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, thanks a lot, Angela. It was a really great talk. Yeah, so like you said, we're gonna go off to lunch now. If you're watching the stream, please come back in an hour's time. We're gonna be talking about reverse engineering Go applications. Yeah, well, thanks a lot. See you guys then. All right, thanks everyone again for joining us here on Track 2. So our next speaker is going to be Alex. He's a application security engineer at Trail of Bits. His talk today, Anatomy of a Gopher, will describe the makeup of a Go binary and how to reverse one. So take it away, Alex.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so this is my presentation. It's Anatomy of a Gopher, binary analysis of Go binaries. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, this is me. Go by Hexapunk. My name is Alex Useche. As the intro mentioned, I am a security engineer at Trilobits. I previously worked as a application security consultant at a company basically focusing on IoT and mobile, a lot of web as well. I did a lot of software development before that in multiple different languages, .NET, Go, Python, etc. Yeah, I'm a big Go aficionado. That's where most of my research is currently focused on. It's on Go security. I am a Rust fan, so I also really like Rust. I like messing with binaries and code, and I am a father and husband. Okay, so what is this about? So this is what we're going to learn. We're going to learn what makes a Go binary different than a C or C++ binary. We'll also identify techniques for conducting binary analysis of Go binaries specifically. We'll identify common concurrency patterns in Go binaries. So Go is known as a language that makes it very, very easy to write concurrent code, as opposed to if you've ever tried to write concurrent code in other languages like obviously C, but also or C++, and obviously anything like Java or C#. Go makes it super easy. So we're going to learn how to identify when a function is called asynchronously, and other different patterns. We'll also use learn how to use Go internal tools. So Go, the built-in tool chain that's part of the Go tools to make your analysis of Go more effective. All right, let's start with some basics. So first of all, let's learn a bit about the Go assembler. So the Go assembler is based on the input style of the Plan 9 assembler. It works on a semi-abstract instruction set, and we'll see in a bit what that means. The output might not always be a direct representation of the machine code. So for instance, you might see a move instruction, or MOV, and actually in actuality that might actually be a load instruction. It also introduces a set of pseudo registers. We'll also look a little bit into that, and introduces a set of directives used by the garbage collector. All right, so I want to show you all this a bit because when you're using the internal the Go toolchain to disassemble a Go binary, the output might not look like what you will see from Radari 2, Binary Ninja, IDA. It's going to look a little bit different. And that's because you're going to see those Go pseudo registers that I mentioned, and a lot of them are going to be fairly simple to easy to understand. Some of them might be new to some of you if you have conducted any type of reverse engineering in the past. So, and these are them. So the first one is FP. That's the frame pointer, which is basically is a way to point out or to locate arguments and locals relative to that frame pointer. The program counter, it's usually marked as PC. SB is the static base pointer. This is used to name global functions or data based on memory origin. So if you have worked with MIPS architecture binaries, you might be familiar with a GP register. So basically the same thing. SP is your stack pointer. This is points to the top of the stack. Same RSP on any other x86 64 binary. BP points to it's a base pointer, same as RBP. Just points to the base of the stack. X0 is just a full 16-byte register that you might see in the output of your disassembly. So right here on the right side of the slide, we have a call to runtime.newproc. And in parentheses, we have that SB static base pointer pseudo register. All that means is that, hey, runtime.newproc SB is a function name runtime.newprog as an address in memory, and that address in memory is relative to that static base pointer. That's all it is. So tooling, when you are working with Go binaries, there's a specific set of tools that are part of the Go toolchain, as I mentioned earlier, that it's worth examining and worth making use of. So obviously, first of all, pick your favorite reverse engineering tool. I've used Radari 2 a bunch. There's a lot of cool, useful efforts that have been going towards making Radari 2 work better and better with the specifics differences that exist in Go binaries. Complement your ARI work with Go tool obj DOM. So Go has all this set of tools. Once you install Go, if you type Go tool in a terminal, you will see a list of very useful tools that are can be fun to explore. One of them is obj dump, which is very useful when conducting reverse engineering of Go binaries, at least when it comes to reversing Go binaries that haven't been stripped of symbols. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. So if you're using Go tool obj dump, you can simply use uppercase S flag to print Go code, meaning that you will see the disassembly, but you will also see line numbers representing where that disassembly corresponds to a specific line number, and you will see those line numbers in the output. If you use lowercase s, it's to specify a function. And so similar to obj dump, just a few small differences because it's meant to work specifically with Go binaries. So if you use underscore s flag, you specify a function name, and then it's going to use a regex-based search to locate that function, and also only going to print the disassembly for that specific function. And this is very helpful for grouping a set of statements to lines of code. So even if you haven't worked much with reverse engineering, this is using Go tool obj dump. It's great because you get the line of code, and then you get a bunch of disassembly, then another line of code, another set of disassembly. So that way you can be like, oh, hey, all this disassembly code corresponds to that one line of code. So it's very useful for learning reverse engineering as well, if you haven't done it in the past. Another thing is to keep in mind is the output from Go tool obj dump is left to right instructions, so similar to AT&T syntax. It's not an option for stripped ELF binaries. So if you stripped or build a Go binary, and when they built it, they stripped symbols, Go tool obj dump is not going to be smart enough to print out the disassembly for whatever function you're looking for. It's however, if you're working with stripped macro binaries, and then we'll see that in a moment, that if you if you use the same flags to strip to build a Go binary in a Linux system, which outputs an ELF binary, if you use the same flags to strip the binary in Mako, in basically on your Darwin architecture Macintosh computer or Mac computer, the output is still going to have a lot of useful dynamic symbols, and you're still going to be able to use Go tool obj dump. So a little bit more about Go tools. So Go tool obj dump, lowercase s, and that's it. We pass it the name of the function. In this case, we're interested with main.main. That's our main function. That's how we indicate the main function in, or we locate the main function in Go binaries. Just look for main.main. Uppercase S, so we're telling obj dump to please print the code, print line numbers, and then corresponding to Go source code, and then the name of the binary. So right here we have the output, and as you see on the left side, this is on the top screenshot right here on the slide. On the left side, you have the line number. So that's the main.go file, and that line number is 11. And then we have all the instructions on the right. So again, very useful. So all this assembly, the first several statements correspond to line number 11. So you can go back to the code and see that, hey, this corresponds to a particular function call, for instance, or a particular operation. Then below, this is the output that you will see in Radara 2. So the output is going to be very similar as you see, but there are going to be some of those subtle differences that I mentioned. One, obviously, the syntax is going to be left to right in go-to-objdump, and the syntax is going to be Intel syntax in the Radara 2 by default. So it prints right to left instructions, right? So so here's you might also notice some of those small differences. So for one, we'll see that, for instance, we see the pseudo register SP, the stack pointer reference here when we are doing the load effective address, and then a few times down below. So that's basically what you're telling it that's a location in stack that's relative to the stack pointer. Points to the top of the stack. Okay, so if you are working with Go 1.15, the output is a lot more helpful for Go to objdump. Rather than getting line numbers, you're gonna get the actual code, which again, super helpful. So here we see that all this code right here under the fur dot line ln.close, that just corresponds to that particular line of code. Same thing on right where it says go handle connection. All the code down below corresponds to the disassembly for go.handle handle connection. So it's very useful if you're working with the latest version of Go. This version came out early August, if I remember correctly. Also, now you can use go to objdump and use the GNU flag, so tag GNU, and that will print the GNU syntax as well. So you will get the default output with that basically the Go assembler generates, and then all the way to the right, you will see the GNU syntax for the disassembly, where you're not going to see those pseudo registers. It's just going to look like maybe how you're more used to seeing a reverse engineer or disassemble binary code. And also something to note is that the GNU syntax is going to be NTAT syntax, so it's still going to be left to right. So when you start working with a Go binary or with any binary, usually one of the first things that people like to do is look for interesting strings in the binary. So that can be a little bit difficult, a little bit different in some Go binaries that you might work with, and this is why. So here we have the output that I got from Radara 2 when I'm looking for the string human, which I know is in the binary, and then what I'm doing is using IC, which basically tells Radara here, please look for in the text section, look for the string human, and I get nothing. Then I type IZZ, so ICC basically in Radara 2, it tells Radara to please look for strings in the entire binary, not just in the text section, and look for the string human. And then we see the output here, so human, and it also shows that it comes from the text section. So even though we told Radara to hey, look for the string human, it's in the text section, it couldn't find it. Same thing as if you use Rabin2, which is another tool that comes as part of the Radara toolchain, and we use the lowercase z flag. Again, look for the word human in the text section, we get nothing. Look for the string human in the entire binary, and then we get something. If you look at strings in the disassemble code for a Go binary, you're gonna get a weird output like this. So right here we have the name Abed Nadir. That's the name I was looking for in this case in the disassemble code. However, next to Abed Nadir, we have all this other useless stuff to us at the moment. They might become useful at one point, but I'm just looking for strings that the developer inserted in their code as variables. Why do we get this mess right there next to it, tagged right next to the string that we were looking for? Well, that's because Go does not store null terminated strings. So that's what makes it difficult for some reverse engineering tools to locate specific strings in the binary in the text section. So they are all clumped together in text. This is because Go uses a separate table with string length information. So it says, hey, I'm going to look for that clump of or the blob of strings that all concatenated together and are not null terminated. And I have this other table that tells me that the string for the variable XYZ or foo is the length equals 8. So then that's how Go works with strings. That can make it difficult sometimes to locate cross-references. So depending on the tools that you're using, if they don't have code to deal with its specific intricacy, I guess, of Go binaries, then it might not be super easy to locate cross-references. If you're using Radare, which you by now probably know that it's one of my favorite tools to use, you can use this particular plugin. This is a plugin that allows you to locate strings in your Go binary with ease. So it's kind of keeps some of these issues in mind, and then it allows you to easily grab for strings. And as a result, also allows you to locate cross-references in your Go binaries a lot easily. So whenever you're looking for strings in your binary, search for in your Go binaries, look for the strings in the entire binary, depending on the tool that you're using, pointed to look for strings in the entire binary, not just in the text section. All right, functions. Probably one of the next things that you want to do is identify functions in the binary. So how do you do that with Go? Now, I am assuming a little bit of knowledge of Go, but I'm going to go over a little bit of the Go syntax as well. So this is how you identify functions in non-strip binaries for Go. So a function or a file in Go, usually you start declaring the package, and on the right side of the slide, we have the package debugger. We declare a type, a structure called the debugger structure, and then we create a function called start target. Now in the middle, it says the pointer to debugger. That's the receiver. So basically, we are declaring a method for the debugger structure, and the receiver is a pointer to a debugger structure, right? So how do you find that in a Go binary? And it's pretty simple. It's like this. So the package, it's package.function or package.receiver structure.method. So this is the output in Radare 2 when we're looking for a particular, so we're looking for a set of functions with the word gorp. And this comes from a binary or a package or a project that I wrote a while ago. And we have, it starts with sim dot the name of the package. So github.com. In reality, this will be /dharma of code /gorp/debugger. That will be the package. Then we have the function or the receiver structure, and then the method. So in this case, we have, if we're locating the start target function, start target is a method of the debugger structure, and the debugger in this case is the receiver. So that's pretty simple. Just look for this type of convention when locating functions in your Go binaries. And this is the output when you are disassembling or printing the disassemble code for a specific function. You get the different calls to the function, and we can tell that this is the package github.com/wirepair/gcd. Then we see DOM as the name of the receiver. And then .enable is a function or a method of the DOM structure. So pretty simple. Now, if you are familiar with Go, you probably know that you can write C, just straight C code in your Go binary, which really you want to avoid because it can introduce a lot of vulnerabilities because you are using C in your Go code. Now, how do you locate C functions? And if you are looking for vulnerabilities, this is something that you are in a binary. This is something that you are going to want to look for. It's C functions. So simple. You just grab for underscore C func, or you grab for C go when printing function names. And in this case, what I did in this binary is I wrote a function called greet, as we see at the top of this output. And then inside the function, the C function greet, I also use the clib functions free and C malloc. So even though I use those functions, and those are not declared as standalone functions that I wrote myself, obviously, because it's part of the clib library, then those are going to be in the output of your when you are grabbing for cfunc. So that's very useful, because that way you not only know what functions were actually written in CGO, but you also know which C standard functions were leveraged by the developers, in this case free and cmalloc. So there's a possibility to locate vulnerabilities just by looking for things like main copy and vulnerable functions that are used in C and C++. So let's learn about some conventions. And first of all, let's learn about the differences between the prolog that you will see in a C binary and a Go binary. So this is the typical C prolog. Push EBP, so save the base pointer from the previous function. Then we move the ESP to EBP, and then we set up the stack. So push EBP, move ESP to EBP. That's the typical prolog that we'll see in a C and C++ function. In Go, this is going to be a little bit different. In Go, you're going to see something like this, like it shows right here on the right, where we do some sort of check for the this particular register, which is a static register, and we do a comparison, and then we start this loop where if you are debugging a binary as dynamically, you're going to see that at the beginning of every function, you might see that it starts doing this check, and then it goes to the bottom of the function of the output, and it's going to call runtime.more stack, and then it's going to do that loop a few times before it executes the rest of the functions. So that might seem a little bit weird, and what's actually happening is that because Go routines have small stack sizes by default, and right now there are 2048 bytes. You can locate that in the source code for Go, and this is how they are declared. Stack min equals 2048, the minimum size of a stack used by a Go code. Because they have such a small size by default, they cannot be sure that a function will outgrow the stack, right? And this is because functions in Go get called asynchronously and potentially recursively. So because Go routines are not deterministic, Go needs to do this check where it wants to make sure that the instructions within the function itself are not going to eventually going to outgrow the stack. So at the beginning of each function, the Go compares the stack pointer against this basically it's a stack guard pointer. So to check, and what it does is to check for overflow. It does this check. It makes sure that the stack guard hasn't been overwritten. And then it grows the stack in powers of 2, and then all the pointers on the stack are updated. So it does this check at the beginning of most functions. If the functions are not super simple, it's you're going to see this happening, and you're going to see this output at the beginning of as the prolog for every function or most functions that you're going to see in the output of a Go binary. If you want to experiment a little bit with Go code and see what happens if this type of check is not performed, you can write the pragma //go no split at the top of the function. And then what that's going to do is it's going to avoid doing this security type check, where it checks for the that stack guard wasn't overwritten and checking for overflows. So that's more if you are interested in writing Go and doing interesting Go research. Calling conventions. So return values are placed on the stack. This is opposed to C, where return values are placed in registers. Arguments are also moved to the stack rather than registers. So right here, let's see, we are returning a value where this is in the middle of a function or at the end of a function, and then simple, we are just moving the value 0 to the stack, and then we are restoring the stack, and then we are returning. So we call the red instruction. So we're just returning a false value, and as you see, we're placing it on the stack rather than in a register. Same thing as when we call a function. In this function, in this case, we're calling the function main.checkPassword, and checkPassword, I wrote that function obviously, and it's accepting a string as an argument. And because a string consists of two things, a value to the string and the length of the string, we're passing those two arguments that are part of those two components of a string to the stack. So first we pass the value and we place it on the stack, and then we place RCX, which is probably storing the length, and then we place it on the stack, and then we call check password. So always the stack is used for returning values and placing arguments for functions. So now let's talk about identifying underlying language constructs, and this has to do with Go internals. So this is going to be key in working with Go binaries. Stripping functions of symbols, particularly like symbols that are pointing to function names and whatnot, can be a little bit difficult when working with Go binaries. So typically, the documentation tells you to write go build, LD flags, tag S, tag W to strip to build your binary, strip it of symbols. However, that only strips the binary of dwarf symbols. You still have dynamic symbols in your binary as a result. So even when working with binaries that have been stripped using the Go toolchain alone, you're gonna see strings pointing to functions that are part of the internal code for Go. So because of that, it's super important to become familiar with Go internals if you want to work with Go binaries, obviously. So it helps to become familiar with common functions from these packages: source or run, so source/runtime, source.io, source.net, source.os. This is key to reversing Go, concurrent code, and pointer operations in particular. Now, and I put a little side note here at the bottom. It just says to use a tool like UPX. UPX is the tool that does the best job, in my experience, in stripping Go binaries of dynamic symbols, dwarf symbols, etc. So usually the most difficult binaries that I have worked with, as far as being able to work with a binary without symbols, is it has been binaries that were built with UPX or stripped of symbols with UPX. It's a nice tool that also allows you to shrink your binaries. Little side note there. So let's continue on the idea of looking at Go internal functions to determine what code or what's happening in a binary. So here's a good example. Yeah, we have a bunch of disassembled code, and at the bottom we have a call to sim.runtime.typememove. Anytime that we see a call to typememove, most likely what's happening is a receiver for a function. It's being dereferenced, and this could be kind of interesting because this could point to a potential race condition in the binary, and we'll see why in just a moment. Here, just a little side note, I'm using the pragma go no inline. That's if you write a function in Go and you do not want the Go compiler to optimize away your function. You just wanted to always, create treat it as a separate function and not optimize it away. So here we're calling deref copy student. We pass it, the argument is a pointer to a student structure. We're dereferencing the receiver, which is a pointer to student structure, and then we are assigning it the value of the pointer that it's pointed to by the student parameter. So if you look at the documentation, this is going back into the Go internals. If we look for the documentation for that particular function, typed move from the source file, source, runtime, and barrier to Go. This is what we learned. One, that the source the source parameter is an unsafe pointer. So that means that it could potentially be overwritten if it's being overwritten by a different function right after this operation occurs. Especially when functions are called in a concurrent manner. And then there is a comment in the actual function that says there is a race here. So this can lead me to do a little bit of research on the dangers of dereferencing functions when calling, or dereferencing receivers when performing that type of operation inside of a function that was called concurrently. So this is what happens. It first checks whether the garbage collector can perform the move, and then it does that memory move from one destination, from the source to the destination. All right, so I'm gonna move forward now to Go routines. So Go routines, anytime that you want to call a function in an asynchronous manner in Go, you just use the keyword Go. So that's how easy it is to call a function asynchronously. You just say, here we're calling the function for wrench or the function test race, and we want to call it asynchronously. We just put the word Go. Go test race. So that function is going to call asynchronously, and it doesn't need to complete before we call the next function. How do you identify functions that were called asynchronously? Pretty simple. You just look for calls to sim.runtime.newproc. If we go back to the documentation for that, it tells us that it creates a new Go routine running function with a specific size of bytes that are passed in the parameters to the new proc function. It puts it on the queue for all the Go routines waiting to run. So in this case, this allows us to, one, identify, as I mentioned earlier, identify that the function was called asynchronously, but also it allows us to sort of try to figure out what parameters are passed to that function that was called asynchronously. So for instance, right here, we're calling cpy underscore println, and we're calling that asynchronously. So what's happening is we're passing the pointer to the function, and that will be the first argument, and then we pass it the size of that argument that's passed to the specific function that's called asynchronously. In this case is the string test, which is just 4 bytes long. So here we see the number 4 passed to the stack before we call sim runtime.newproc. And if you look a little bit deeper into the rest of the functions, we have a similar situation. So right here we call the parameter is that string go first which is 7 bytes long, and that's passed as a parameter here. And so it's always a pointer to the function and the size of the arguments passed to that function. Now this is that same output, but before in the previous slide that was using Radar 2, this is using gotool obj dump. So this is just to point out that the output is a little bit different, but the same. So here, something that's kind of interesting is that the output instead shows that we're loading the effective address of the function that we are calling asynchronously, and the that effective address is actually relative to RIP. So that's just me pointing out how it can look a little bit different when using gotool obj dump. Same Same thing here on the right. We are loading the effective address of the another function that we're calling concurrently or asynchronously. And here it's going to be relative to that static base pointer that I mentioned earlier in one of my first slides. So what to look for? If you are looking for concurrent code in the disassemble code, it's going to be calls for, you're going to want to look for calls to sim.runtime.newObject. And sim.runtime.newObject, by the way, creates, and it just shows you that a variable is being allocated in the heap as opposed to the stack. So anytime you see sim.runtime.newObject, you know that this is not being placed on the stack, this is being placed in the heap. sim.runtime.makechan, that's to create channels. So if you're not familiar with Go, that's one concept that you will learn about fairly quickly once you start getting into Go. Waitgroup.add, that's another function used for managing concurrent code. Defer proc stack, defer return, etc. Anything that has to do what's written with C or where cgo was used, anything you are going to want to look for _cgo and _cfunc. Anytime that the garbage collector is involved, you're going to see gc write barrier, gc type and move are common calls that point at, that show you that the garbage collector is being involved in different operations inside of a function. So RTFM, read the manual, read the Go documentation, and that's going to allow you to get very good at understanding Go binaries and eventually conducting research looking for vulnerabilities in your Go binaries. So speaking of vulnerabilities, what are good things to look for in Go binaries when looking for potential issues, especially bugs and security bugs? Well, a big one is Go error handling. This is because Go error handling is super clumsy and manual. So there is this pattern that is very common in Go where you call a function that might return an error. So you always have to check, is error nil? And if it is not nil, then continue execution. And if it is nil, handle that error. And that has to be done very manually. As a result, there are a lot of bugs in Go code that are caused because the developer forgot to handle a specific error. And there's a particular issue, particular CVE that came out not too long ago for Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is written in Go, where it was a privileged escalation vulnerability, and the root of that issue was a mishandled error. So this is something to look for. When looking for bugs, it is worth taking the time to identify missing error handling logic. So how do you identify missing error handling logic? First, you identify what error handling logic actually looks like in a Go binary. So to do that, you first have to understand that the error object is when a function returns an error, what it's actually returning is an interface, because error is an interface. And an interface, regardless of the interface, in Go always consists of two things: a pointer to a virtual table, which contains function pointers that point to the virtual functions, and a value pointer. So a pointer to a vtable and a value pointer. So and then let's look at how that looks in code here. So this is the pattern that I mentioned a moment ago. When checking for error, whether error equals nil or doesn't equal nil, we load the error vtable and the error value. Then we test if the value is nil. And then branch depending on the result. That's a very typical pattern that we'll see in Go. And it looks like this code on the right. So we're calling the function set option, which in this case might return an error or might return nil. So we have to do, hey, is error nil? If it is not nil, go ahead and return an error as well. If it is not nil, then continue regular execution of the program. So here we see the same issue. So we're calling the this function set model options, and remember that all return values are placed on the stack. So we are loading from the stack. We're loading that pointer to the vtable, and then we're loading the value, and then we are testing in error, which is loading in RAX, the value of that error interface, and we're checking whether that is null. So if it is not null, we continue execution. But if it is null, then we are actually placing, because we are returning an error, we are placing for an RAX, we are placing the value of the error, and then we're placing the pointer to that B table in the stack, and then we are returning the stack and returning, so that the caller function can obtain that error value for us as well. So you want to look for issues where maybe a function that you know returns an error in the Go binary. Look for functions that return an error and look to see whether they are doing that type of check. If that check is missing, there might be an opportunity to do some cause some havoc when running the binary, depending on what you're working with. So okay. So let's say you want to research Go, and hopefully this made you a little bit interested in researching Go binaries and researching Go from a security standpoint. First step is to write Go. So another cool thing that I have found is to play with pragmas. So it allows you to do things like, so obviously these are two key ones, using no split so that you avoid that stack splitting a situation that I mentioned earlier, and Go no inline, where you are telling the optimizer to not, or the compiler to not optimize away the functions that you want to see the disassemble code for. If you want to see how the stack grows and shrinks in your Go binary, you can actually download the source code for Go and build and do some modifications in the source code. Specifically, all you have to look for is this file called source runtime stack.go. There's a variable called stack debug, which is set to 0 by default. You can set it to 1, then compile Go, and then use your compiled version of Go to compile your own binaries, your own code. And then what's neat about that is the output is going to show you debug messages when the stack grows and shrinks. You can also use Go build with the M flag to print optimization decisions. This also is going to print what's called a escape analysis. So anytime that a function, that a variable is placed on the heap as opposed to the stack, you're going to see in the output of your of the build command. So that's kind of neat when you want to understand how Go is deciding when to place a value on the stack as opposed to the heap, and vice versa. You can also use Go debug equals gtrace to better understand what the Go garbage collector is doing. And you can use tools like Go fuzz and Go sec for checking bugs in your Go code. And combining all those tools with writing your own Go code, disassembling it, and going through the instructions, and with all this knowledge, it's going to allow you to conduct some very interesting Go research, at least in my experience. So let's wrap up. We cover a lot of points. The takeaways are: 1, combine Go tools with your favorite reverse engineering tools. So do not just rely on Go whatever reverse engineering tool you prefer to work with. Leverage the Go toolchain as well. As I mentioned, finding cross references in Go can be a little bit tedious. However, there are some plugins and some tools and scripts that make the job a little bit easier. Familiarize yourself with Go internals. This is key to understanding Go binaries, like I said. So, and also familiarize yourself with the Go scheduler, the Go garbage collector. If you are interested in looking for bugs, one area to look into is race condition bugs and unhandled errors. Those are two issues that I see very, very commonly in Go code. And also look for instances where CGO is used, because why are they using C in their Go code? It might be worth investigating. There might be some very vulnerable functions, and then it's back to 1998 Stack Overflow bugs if they're using C in their Go code. So that is it for me. Hopefully you found this useful and entertaining. And if you have any questions, just let me know. I will be hanging out in Discord. My handle is Hexapunk. So that's it, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alex. Like you said, if you have any questions and you're in the Discord, please ask them in the Track 2 channel. We do have one more talk coming up right after this, Wild Blue Yonder, dissecting the Blue Keep Windows exploit. So please stay tuned for that. Anyways, thanks a lot, everyone. Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for the last talk of track 2 for the day. Today we're joined by Tari and Adon. Tari is a senior threat analyst shift lead, and Adon is a senior threat analyst, both at Carbon Black. Their talk today, Wild Blue Yonder, Dissecting the Blue Keep Windows Exploit, will explain how the Blue Keep RDP vulnerability was exploited and used in one of the first known attacks. Anyways, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate everyone taking the time to come out and listen to our talk here. We're really excited. It was probably one of my favorite attacks that I've ever gotten to go through. So thanks for the intro. I am Tari Burden. I'm a senior threat analyst and shift lead on the VMware Carbon Black managed detection team. And I am really interested in incident response, helping companies recover from any type of breach that they may have experienced. I also really enjoy teaching and mentoring as well. Adon?
Yep. So my name is Adon Valencia. I'm a senior threat analyst with VMware Carbon Black as well. I have about a total of 3 years of experience in the InfoSec world. I've always been fascinated by malware and particularly what makes it tick. So yeah, I'm an up-and-comer, really excited to be part of this field and excited to grow.
Awesome. Well, to give everyone a little background on what we do on our team, we are responsible for monitoring any type of security alerts that are triggered in a customer's environment. And so once an alert is triggered, we're going to validate it to see if it's malicious or suspicious in nature. And we have customers that are all around the globe and in virtually every industry possible. And so that does give us insight into any type of attack trends that are starting to happen within the industry. We get to see them right away typically. And if anyone saw Greg Foss's presentation from earlier today, that's a really great example of how we've watched things evolve as time goes on. We, instead of seeing just malware being dropped on a box and payload executing, instead are now seeing people actively trying to infiltrate organizations. And it's no longer the automated process that it used to be. The attacks are becoming more and more serious. And that 900% increase in ransomware attacks is very real and something that we absolutely have experienced. So this attack is no exception to that. This is one of the first that we started seeing where an attacker was in a box and taking actions themselves. So this here is the initial alert that Adon received, and it shows several actions that are being performed by system processes. And I do want to point out that this is on a Windows Server machine. Now, when you're going through an alert like this, it can be difficult because there are some processes that may be legitimate that are coupled with those malicious behaviors. So during our investigation, we were analyzing all of the processes and paying attention to any command line arguments that may look suspicious, parent-child relationships for those processes, network connections, and any other general IOCs that we typically look for in the industry as a whole. Now, we did, of course, notify the customer to this behavior as soon as we saw it and provided instructions on how to remediate it. While we were going through afterwards, if we do have an attack which is substantial, significant, as in this case, we will go through afterwards and dissect all of the behavior and see what we can learn from it. Now, when we did that for this particular attack, we noticed several behaviors and tactics that we hadn't really seen before in a customer environment. And these behaviors were later identified as one of the first uses of the Blue Keep exploit. Now, this is a slide that's outlining the TTPs, or of course, tactics, techniques, and procedures that were identified in the alert. These are a great way to kind of summarize the behavior observed in the previous slide in a really clear and concise way. And of particular note, the TTPs that are identifying a fileless attack, running a command shell, and persistence are really important here. So we have a full overview of this attack here, and we will of course go through each of these in detail. But this attack, like many targeted attacks, utilize numerous methods to actually infiltrate the victim environment. Several of the methods that were used are typically meant to bypass traditional antivirus or application control initiatives that have been put in place. An attack of this nature could lead to a large-scale breach, including data exfiltration, data destruction, and of course, ransomware is really high on that list. The long-lasting implications of this type of attack are significant, as we have seen very recently with the ransomware attacks against the healthcare system. This slide, being a high-level overview, we'll go through up in the left-hand corner here. We'll show off how a 2008 server that was unpatched was exploited using the Bluekeep module in Metasploit. We did see network reconnaissance behaviors. The attacker actually created their own account so they could maintain access. And then a post-exploitation rootkit that's called Codic was utilized, as well as tools like Powerline, Lazy Cats for credential dumps, and attempts at lateral movement. So a common theme that we're going to see throughout this is that living off the land tactics were in use. So hiding in plain sight and the use of trusted tools and processes to perform those malicious behaviors. This typically will allow an attacker to be able to perform actions unrestricted and making those trusted processes dangerous tools in their hands. And oftentimes we will see processes like PowerShell, WMI, Spools V, and obviously scripting utilized in this type of attack. Now, Don's going to give us some more information on Bluekeep.
Yeah, so I just want to go over an overview of what exactly is Bluekeep. So Bluekeep is a vulnerability found in the Windows RDP, the Remote Desktop Protocol services, that allows a network connection to another computer. So this vulnerability is found in unpatched versions of systems like Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, and R2. And also can be found on unsupported systems like Windows 2003 and XP. So similar to the ever so popular WannaCry, this vulnerability is classified as wormable. What wormable means is it's able to propagate from a vulnerable computer to another vulnerable computer without any human interaction. So that's what's made it extremely prevalent. The NSA actually took a pretty unusual step of reinforcing the warnings from Microsoft, who that then provided a security update for all the Windows customers. So aside from the vulnerability existing for several months after it was discovered, we can actually still find unpatched environments to this day. So an important note to make about Bluekeep is that initially it was released as a Metasploit module. As we know, Metasploit is an extremely powerful tool used by pen testers and malicious actors, but the module's proof of concept actually required an attacker to know very specific details about the target network. So it is rather unclear if the attacker in this incident that we're breaking down actually had prior knowledge of the target org, or if they were actually able to modify the original proof of concept. So our EDR, our endpoint detection and response solution, was actually able to detect several instances of Bluekeep behaviors. The telemetry data that we had to determine the cause was related to a remote threat injection into the Windows Spools V process. So Spools V is a trusted Windows process that is used for printing services, but this is the default process used in the Metasploit implementation. So as well as recognizing the fact that port 4444 is in fact the default port for the Metasploit framework, we were able to find and track an event where an active attacker utilizing Spools V also established a network connection. So we were able to confirm that the Metasploit exploit for Bluekeep, or at least something similar to it, was actually being seen. So when it comes to RDP, we also discovered several artifacts at the time. So RDP was seen making suspicious network connections. And in the screenshot, you can actually see remote access being confirmed by the use of RDP clip. So RDP clip it pretty much only provides the basic functionality that allows the attacker to pretty much just copy and paste commands between the client and server. This is just good confirmation in our eyes that there was, in fact, a successful RDP to the client. It is also important to note that the indicators of compromise will change based on the goal of the attacker. Most known attackers executed up to this point appear to have been used for the deployment of things like crypto miners and ransomware. So in our case, we see an active attacker actually try different methods and employ a very specific set of tools.
Definitely some interesting stuff there. And as Adon was speaking about earlier, Spools V was compromised in this attack through an injection. So we'll go over that here. Again, example of living off the land using that trusted Windows application. We see this process targeted quite a bit as well because it's supposed to be running in most corporate environments. So in the top image here, and I apologize, it appears it's a little blurry, but you can see shell code being loaded into spoolsv.exe. And of course, that's not normal when you're talking about a printing spooler. From there, you can actually see spoolsv.exe calling CMD, and that's in order to execute the shell code that had just been loaded into it. And this was really the point where we were able to confirm that the blue keep vulnerability had been exploited in this attack. Adon?
Sorry about that. I was muted. So what exactly were the unique behaviors that we saw post BlueKeep, right? So in this attack, we actually see another legitimate Windows process, net.exe, which is it's a tool used by sysadmins to manage, accounts. So we see that net.exe was used specifically net user, which is a command to add, remove, and even make changes to user accounts. We see it being utilized to create a user account on the domain. So this method of creating an account grants additional access levels. Typically, an attacker would aim to gain administrative access because the accounts are able to do more things like modify, transfer data that allows the attacker to move laterally and even gain persistence, which is a huge one for the adversary. Afterwards, we do see some simple reconnaissance tactics being utilized on the system. Again, who am I was used to display user, group, privilege information on the user who is currently logged into the system. And then ipconfig provides the IPv4, IPv6 addresses and subnet mask and default gateway and all that good stuff. But again, these are simple commands, but it's extremely valuable information for the attacker currently on the target. So everything that we've discussed so far regarding spoolsv, RDP clip, net, CMD, these were all legitimate Windows processes being utilized by the malicious actor. This goes to show how resourceful they've become and using these trusted Windows processes.
Absolutely. It seems like the easier that a tool is, the better that a tool is for helping like a sysadmin, the better it is for the bad guys too. All right, so now we're going to talk about Codic. So this is a powerful post-exploitation toolkit. It is similar to Meterpreter and PowerShell Empire in that it will actually allow for an attacker to pivot, escalate privileges within a victim's environment. So, of course, this does utilize those living off the land techniques to compromise legitimate processes. Codic in particular likes to target Mishta, regserve32, run DLL, and that can allow for the retrieval and execution of malicious payloads on that target system. Codec is an effective rootkit. So end goal is to establish command and control over a computer, making it part of a botnet typically. So we have some really interesting artifacts from Codec here, and that's in the form of stagers, payload, and implants. So the first artifact here at the top is the stager using regserver32.exe. In the command line, you're seeing that process make a network connection to a server, and that's in an effort to get next instructions. It's utilizing an attack technique known as squibbly-do. Squibbly-do does use regserver32 to load a scriptlet directly from the website that's in the command line argument. We have redacted that for obvious reasons. Now, squibbly-do is really effective in most environments, and it's also a way to bypass any type of application control initiatives. The second image is showing the second stage payload, and that's executed using run DLL32. The command line here is showing that it's having a JavaScript payload executing. In the third image, we see the codec implant that uses a wrapper known as dynamic wrapper X. That is an ActiveX component that you can use in scripts to call functions exported by DLL libraries, and in particular, Windows API functions. So an implant is known as a preset job that can be used to, well, rather on a compromised target, or as we call it, a zombie. And an implant is what the preset job is called. So for example, Codec has 3 modules that use dynamic wrapper X to call the necessary Windows API functions needed to run that preset job. They are user hunter, mimikatz, and shellcode. So using these legitimate applications can be a really effective way to avoid detection, because all of these applications are expected to be running in any given environment. So Codec is a great example of one of those post-exploitation tools that uses those living off the land techniques in order to get the job done and avoid detection while doing it.
Perfect. Thanks, Sri. So this actually brings us to the next phase of the attack. Right now, there's something called lazy cats. This might sound similar to some other things you guys may have heard, but lazy cats is an automation tool developed to extract credentials, from remote targets that are either protected with, an AV solution or an application control. So the thing about lazy cats, it is practically mimikatz. It does have the added bonus of being automated. So what this does is it's able to deploy and all the provided hosts that are available. And this does in fact make it a lot more noisy, but in this case, we only see them target a single host. So lazy cats comes in 2 flavors for remote login. They could either utilize WMI, the Windows Management Instrument, which, that includes the ability to, change system settings, properties, and permissions, or they could be using PSExec, which is another portable tool for Microsoft that allows you to run processes remotely, using any user's credentials, sending commands via a command prompt. So the event illustrator that we have here just shows the fact that we've recognized that a lazy cat's binary has been dropped after a network connection was made. So in this specific instance, we see lazy cats drop, and we see it being utilized by PSExec to execute on the system. Once it was connected to a remote computer, the username and password credentials are used to kick off lazy cats with the intention of writing the contents to a TXT file. So our EDR solution was able to stop this specific behavior, but once the attacker figured out that they couldn't utilize lazy cats the way they wanted to, they tried a different technique. And this actually brings us to Powerline. So Powerline is it's a utility tool that I haven't really heard a lot about, but it has the ability to call PowerShell scripts without calling PowerShell directly. So this tool can be used purely from the command line, including remotely. And this is a tool which is used to bypass application control, and it makes it extremely evasive and effective. So Powerline can actually be used to run a series of different tools like Mimikatz, Meterpreter, and other things like PowerView and PowerUp. So in this specific instance, Powerline is used to execute the Mimikatz script from LazyCats. So in this screenshot, we see that Powerline actually attempted to generate a memory dump of the LSAS process. As we know, the LSAS process is extremely crucial for things like security policies, domain authentication, and AD management. So this technique is used to extract credentials from the LSAS process. And again, our EDR product identified this behavior as malicious and terminated it successfully. So the attacker was thwarted in this case.
Bad day for them, good day for us. So I wanted to take a minute to review all of the different tools that we did see here. Obviously, Metasploit being used with that Bluekeep module. We went through network reconnaissance, an attacker account being created, went over the different stages of Codec. And then, of course, we talked about LazyCats and Powerline. There was an attempt for lateral movement that was blocked as well. I really want to point out Powerline that Adon was just talking about. It seems like an undervalued tool. Any tool that's going to be able to call PowerShell remotely without actually invoking PowerShell seems pretty useful in the wrong hands. So if you haven't checked it out yet, you definitely should. Codec is also equally as fun to play with as well. So a few things to help protect against this type of behavior. One of the most important, in my opinion, is establishing a baseline. So making sure that you know what is supposed to be happening within your environment. And I would take this down to an even deeper level than just saying, oh, well, we've got this type of activity happening on this port and that's okay, et cetera. But more so looking at the specific processes that are being utilized within an actual device. So in your environment, PowerShell is probably going to be in use regularly, but does PowerShell need the ability to communicate over your network or execute fileless scripts? And if not, maybe lock down that type of behavior. In this case, that would have helped a lot if several of those processes had been locked down and only been allowed to perform the actions that they should have. Now, a baseline does help you kind of identify any type of anomaly if it's there. If you know what is normal, abnormal stands out a hell of a lot easier. Also, security patching. So obviously there's a patch out for this vulnerability. And I think the mean to patch time right now is around 150 days or even more. And that's just kind of outrageous to me. There are several vulnerabilities that have been released, including this one. Right now I'm thinking of Zero Logon, that are really critical, and organizations aren't implementing those patches quickly enough, as we know. So in this scenario, if a patch would have just been put into place, this never would have happened. And finally, of course, threat intelligence. So when we're going through and seeing any type of new activity or trend in the industry, making sure that we are, one, researching it, and we're talking about it amongst each other. So this type of scenario where we can get together and really talk about like, hey, I'm seeing this, this, and this, instead of like hoarding information, if you will, is really, really useful. And that is one form of threat intelligence, as well as just making sure that you know kind of what's up and coming. Obviously, ransomware has been insane lately. As Greg Foss was talking about earlier, there were a lot of really, really interesting an interesting evolution over this last year, and COVID, seeing ransomware just kind of exploding, and not only a demand for ransom, but also exfiltrating data and then double ransoming. So we did have a lot of wonderful resources to help us when we were going through and making this presentation. We also have a white paper out there as well if you'd like to dive in a little bit further. But if you're interested in any of our sources of information, there you go. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to list those out now.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tari. Thanks a lot, Adon. Like Tari said, if you have any questions, please post them in the Track 2 channel. All right, so we have one here from from Aaron. How do you recommend that organizations get to that baseline in an environment that has many systems and services up? Where do they get started?
That's a really, really good question. And unfortunately, my first answer is to basically say, assume you've already been compromised. As terrible as it is to say. But you want to go in and see what type of programs are either running all over, or if they're only running on certain machines and what type of actions that they're making. So like what kind of network traffic is happening on a specific device? Can you look for beacons, that kind of stuff? So try and figure out first if you're compromised. And then if you're like, hey, threat hunting, didn't really find anything that seems suspicious or malicious, then you can go in and see what's running and try and identify, oh, well, this might be related to Cisco, or this is for SQL, or our production servers have X, Y, and Z, and notice what they do. So if you have FTP running and certain connections are allowed, then you can maybe set up alerting for any type of external connection. We have been seeing a lot of FTP and RDP abuse lately. So just making sure that you know what traffic is going on in the commonly targeted processes or access methods as well.
Yeah, just to chime in on that, I feel like it's really important to have like inventory management, obviously some sort of solution, because you'd be surprised to see how much people have on their network and they don't even utilize. So it's very important to have that count of like what is out there, what's public facing, and then you can start implementing solutions on top of that.
Yeah.
Cool. Again, if anybody has any questions, just wait for a few more seconds to see if anything else comes in. All right. I assume that's it then. In that case, thanks a lot again, Tari and Adon. If anybody else does come up with any questions, please feel free to post them in the channel anyways. Otherwise, that's the end of Track 2. We will be having one more talk on Track 1. Amy Stefanovich will be talking about encryption policy next, so please stick around for a little bit. And yeah, thanks a lot, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Sure. Thank you.